Spark in her eye, stream in her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy Rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy Rodeo is also a cool bean. She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, stream in her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy Rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy Rodeo is also a cool bean. She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you lovelies may be. Hey Mark, thank you for the check-in. How are you today? I hope you are well. Oops, that is way too loud. Way too loud. Okay. Trying to get back to my thingy. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I am just going to check my games. Just to make sure. I saw that. I saw you finished your bear yesterday. It looked good. Okay, so both of my games are working, and once again, there's my Barracuda. All right. So, we're going to finish this background that we didn't finish yesterday. And then we're going to take this off our frame. Yep, the whole time. So is Toy Rodeo. I was streaming, so I couldn't do anything, but I had you up. So we had to switch out our greens. So when we get done with this blue, we're going to take this off, move it back over, rip out the other leaves, and redo those before we move on to a new section. So we are not going to get this finished. Well, we didn't have it finished yesterday like I thought we would. But we're going to at least go until we run out of colors. I did have to order new colors, so cool. And we weren't in there the whole time. We came in. We're always gone Sunday mornings, so we came in right before I started to stream at 12:30 my time, and then we were both in there the rest of the day until you raided out to that girls. So we weren't there the whole entire day, but a good 3 hours, 4 hours. I saw when Suze came in. You can always check who's there in your chat. I have. She does amazing work. Well, that's rude. I'm out again. Hold on. I gotta go buy balls. Alright, so. Wait, let's go back. Okay, I need to write down what kind I have. Let me shop real quick. Hold on. Oops. Hold on. Okay. Hold on, I'm purchasing my little Pokeballs. Okay. Now, I am ready for the next one. That's cool. You just don't want her to do it on screen where Jane can watch, because then that will give it away, unless you've already told her. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess that's all right. All right, I did bring another can in here, so let me refill. Hold on a second. Oh. Uh. I know. Okay. Well, you caught an uncommon. At least you caught a fish. So far, so good. We both caught fish this morning, not junk. So we're just gonna higgly piggly this. That's why we have all of our little ant tracks. We're filling that in, and as soon as we fill in this blue, we're gonna go backwards because we switched out. This was the green for this, and this was the green for this. One, I can't get any more of this dark green, and two, it blended in too much. So we ripped this one out, switched it. Now we got to go back and switch the other ones that we've already done. So, oh, good job, you landed. Hey, Giggy, how are ya? Well, I shouldn't say anything about the fishing since you got a trolley. You would think so. Thank you for the check-in. Porsche, how are ya? Hope you're having a great day. You got a vape? Can you? I'll shut my door. Good job, y'all. Alright, so we're getting there. We'll go back and fix we're right at my frame edge. So I'm lifting it up from the underneath. Oh, I meant to check. Let's see real quick. What is going on with my machine? Hold on. I was going to look real quick at our Alright, we are 81% on the Highland cow, 60% on the embroidery, and 28% on the coaster. So let me write that down. 81 cow, 60 embroidery, and 28 on coaster with 7 days left. So 1 week. So that's what I wanted to see. I meant to do that before I went live. All right. We're almost there. I do like the way we switched it though, so I'm not upset about having to go back and rip out. You can see from the picture that I have up there that you can't, they just don't even, the leaves barely show up on that border. I will be able to speak at some point. Okay, cool. We'll look at it after I get done with this blue. Jinx. So Gigi, just so you know, I have seen the the turbo did increase. But you know what amazes me? On Friday, my average viewers were 10. I streamed for 5.5 hours and I made 11 cents on ads. Saturday's ads were the correct amount, about what I always average. Friday's ads, 11 cents. Twitch has no rhyme or reason, and I just don't get it. So, okay, good. Well, I will give it longer. I wasn't going to send him a question or anything. I just was like, okay, if it already has given me Saturdays and Fridays is there, but it only says 11 cents. I'm like, what the heck? And I know some of that is what ads run and blah, 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 blah. Okay. We're going to take this off. Let's trim this up real quick. I'm gonna bleed. That hurt. See? I'm bleeding. Hold on, let me... I don't want to get blood all over the rug. All right. Okay. So let me change this on my frame and then we'll look at Mark's bear that he did. Make sure I can get this off without bleeding all over the white. Alright, so we're going to switch this back around because we've got to take out these greens and redo them. Alright, so this will at least get these two ripped out. Okay, so let me put my cover on it so I don't bleed any more than I already am. Okay, so we're gonna rip all of this out. But first, let's... No, I haven't even opened Discord. You got a perch? That's good. Alrighty. Where is my window capture? I really should pull that probably up to the top so I can... I'm not hunting for it all the time. What do y'all think? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's go here. Oh, let me hide my round rug. So there is Mark's micro bear that he built. And I think it has over 7,000 pieces. Is that correct? It's a micro build, like micro blocks. Yeah, so Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's like 7,120 pieces or something. So well done. And he did that in like, what, 5 days? Something like that? $7,200. So I was close. So yeah, isn't that cool? So I got a little kit to do for one of my channel point thingies for later, after I saw his and Jane's bears they were doing. I've never seen micro blocks. So over 5 streams he did it. So, very cool. All right. So this section here is what you're seeing on the camera up there. This one and on around. And even though they look okay here, they blend in really dark. And when you take a picture with your phone in black and white, then you see it's hard to see the difference because they're both darks, where this is a medium. So we're going to switch these out. So I'm going to pull, and we're going to be able to reuse the yarns, so we'll just use what we pull out first, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I might have to go get a Band-Aid real quick. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Alright, well I was looking for a small Band-Aid. I couldn't find small Band-Aid, so now I've got to use a regular size Band-Aid. But that will keep me from bleeding on my doohickey. Alright. See if you land. Ooh, nice job. This one does not want to come out, and we don't want to rip the burlap, so sometimes it's just easier to cut it than to save it. See, sometimes it's just a itty bitty fiber. All right, so let's take these out. Now, I'm going to rip it out too. I'm just going to switch them. We're going to switch the dark green to here and the light green to here, because the dark green up against the lights here and the light here actually pop really well. Wow, these do not want to come out. $20,000, thank you. We are getting there. All right, so we're going to take this one out. All right, stop.
Come off my call.
So we've taken out all of the light green. Now to take out all the dark green. This is how it should work, just like that. That is how it should work. So this is how it should rip out pretty easily like this, unless I have not seen them on TikTok. What do they do? I mean, I'm assuming they're a crocheter. All right. And away we go here. So if you're just coming in and you're like, oh, good Lord, what is she doing? We don't like the dark green on these big leaves. They don't show up on the right side. You can see that from the picture. So we are switching our greens. We're just going to do them the opposite. She does crochet. Cool. I crochet, but my favorite is mosaic crochet. I absolutely love mosaic crochet. Absolutely love it. And I tend to do that more than any other crochet. Otherwise I knit. If I'm going to make clothing and stuff, I usually knit. There, that is how it's supposed to work. Right there, that's beautiful. Well, hello, Fancy. How are you? Did you have a good weekend? Awesome. Well, just so you know, I did finally get the Pokemon working on Toy Rodeo's stream. Cool. Okay. Oh, see, we almost... I am. I'm ripping it out. I am. Sometimes this gives people a heart attack. I have one person that says, I'll come into your stream after you're done, but I just can't watch you do that. I am. The colors didn't work. This green is too dark for these big leaves. And as you can see up in that top picture on the right, you can't even hardly see the leaves. So we're just alternating. The stems of the flowers are going to be the dark green, and the leaves are going to be the lighter green. But that's why I'm just piling it up over here, because we are going to be able to just reuse our yarn. So it's not like it was wasted. But yeah, it does freak some people out. And it's okay as long as you're careful to not break the fibers. And so you can see, can y'all see how these have big holes now? I don't know if you can see that at all. But then if you do this and you just run your hand back over it, your fingernail, it just goes right back to what it should look like. So we are taking all of this out that we had put in, which is why we're not done with this yet. I wanted to be done with it, but we're not. And it should come out easily like that. It does several people. It does several. I don't know, it's kind of therapeutic. Now, it comes out easy from if you're on the, well, it doesn't come out easy. Which you can see how I can I don't have to glue them because look how hard it is even to just get it out when I'm intentionally trying to get it out, right? So, but it comes out much easier from the back than if you tried to pull it from the front. And you can still see how much trouble I have pulling it from the back. And it's way worse from the front. Which is why you pull your tails to the front. For that very reason. There, see? Ta-da! It is totally ASMR. Good, well, for some people, and then for some people, it is heart attack inducing. So, you know. There we go. Go. Look at this big pile. Oh, y'all can't see that big pile. All right, so we're almost there. Nice job. Okay, so, and we'll still have, how many more do we have? 1, 2 more of the big leaves, and I think 2 more of these to pull.
You're on my phone now.
Thank you. Okay, so I will.
He said I did a great job.
Call or text?
Text.
And what?
Nothing?
That's fine.
But luckily I picked up on what they wanted
Yeah.
early. And as I was giving my closing statement, I was talking to
Whoops.
them about it
Oh,
being
Fancy
tailored.
contributed. We're getting there. Okay, so Fancy, you weren't in here earlier. We were at 81% finished for the cow, 60% for the embroidery, and 28 on the coaster, and we have 7 days left. So thank you for your points. I appreciate them. Whoops. All right. It's not going to let go. You caught a long neck bottle. Fancy needs the long neck bottles. How are you, Jane? I hope you're having a good day. a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. Ooh. You're fine, bud. Okay. We pulled out a little bit of the blue, so I'm just going with my hook and pulling that back through. So when you see me start getting real fiddly over here, that's what I'm doing, is just pulling that blue back down to the side it's supposed to be on. Okay, there. So the blues are back in there. More cowbell. Saturday Night Live is what SNL stands for. Sorry, Fancy, didn't mean to answer for you. Whee, look. I love it when it comes out that easy. Okay. We're now all ripped out. Awesome. I'm glad, Jane. Hold on just 1 second. I gotta grab something. I'll be right back. What you doing, bud? Where you going? Oh, you stretching? Are you stretching, my baby? Hi. Where you going? Okay.
You know, that's one of those situations where I should get a percentage of whatever
Yeah.
they get out of that customer, because they wouldn't even have that work if it wasn't.
I know. Sorry, Toy Rodeo is in here messing with me.
Hi, bud. What'd you do?
Hey, if there's birds over on the other side, go show him.
Hey, there's birdies over here.
Okay, we're gonna take this dark green, fix our 3 little thingies. Why is a Band-Aid on your thumb always a bad idea? Because it just is always in my way. It does have all the classic actors. The really true hilarious. So we're just using our scraps now that we just did. And just let me show y'all. You can't really tell it as much on these because they haven't been sitting in here for a long time. But do you see how they start getting really wavy? Can y'all see the wave? So over time, they'll actually get very, very prominent. And that is where the name worms came from. Is because when you pull them out or when you're putting them in, they look like worms. So that, just a little history. Like I pulled some out of this rug that had been in there over a year. And they were very, very, very wavy. So that is how that came about, and now we call ourselves the Woolly Worms. So there we go. Little history lesson. Little history lesson. Alright, there's a Pokemon in chat, y'all. Pokemon.
He didn't want those birdies.
I know. He's going to at some point, though. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and we are streaming tonight. This should be our last night streaming D3. We're playing melee characters. It's quite comical because we're horrible. And then tomorrow we should be playing D4, the new season. But he at least has his Pokemon game up, so y'all can play Pokemon while you watch. I really do like this dark up against this yellow. I think it looks really good. Well, that's just rude, isn't it? They're being stubborn. They were horribly stubborn Saturday, too.
So I missed the whole first part of your stream.
Yeah.
Did you already talk about the bird scandal?
No, I did not talk about the bird scandal. The bird scandal makes me sad.
It's a bird scandal.
It's a bird scandal, and it is sad. if you want to know about the bird scandal, let me know. Otherwise, Binks and I are sad. Look what you did, Toy Rodeo. It's not working. It just quit. It hasn't worked in 2 days. I've unplugged it, plugged it back in.
Good.
I know. Toy Rodeo started the bird scandal.
Bird scandal.
So, do you see how sad he is? Look how sad. How sad is my baby boy? Let me move this up a little. You see how sad? Okay. So, my doorbell rings last night.
Late.
And it was my next door neighbor. And they are complaining about my bird feeder, which is in my yard all the way up against my house. So, not even on the edge of the yard. I didn't put it out in the middle of the yard. It's on the side yard. So we share a side. In fact, if you see the white, that you see the line going down the outside the window, that white line, that is white rock. So I have a brick wall. I sit higher than they do. So there's a little brick wall there, or a little rock wall. So that's my yard. And then theirs is the other side. And the bird feeder is literally right up against the house, because Toy Rodeo got upset and said, you know, if the wind gets really high, that bird feeder could, or the whole pole and everything, the metal pole, could hit the window and break it. And I'm like, nope, I've got it right up against here so that Binks can have it right here.
In fact, the bird feeder was probably just out of camera shot of where they are. I mean, the bird feeder would have been where it was placed.
Well, if I had tilted it up
just out of
higher.
camera shot, yeah.
So, anyway, so they knock on my door last night and asked me to take the bird feeder down because they have found 3 dead birds in the last week in their yard. And they think it's my bird feeder. They think they're fighting over the bird feeder and dying.
And killing each other.
And killing each other over it, which I doubt very seriously. So, but I'm nice, even though I could get onto them for a whole lot of stuff, like using my rock wall to spray paint on. But just the fact that it's my yard, not theirs.
They're birds. They're wild
And they're
animals.
birds. So, you know, I've had the bird feeder behind the fence. I don't know. They didn't say, and I didn't ask because
Like
I wasn't
we have
happy.
control over whether or not the birds
So-
are dying.
So it's not like for the last 8 years I haven't had it right behind the fence, but now I've brought it out in front of the fence. Yes. So, and I can't stand, you know, when it's sad, so I didn't ask. I don't want to know if it's doves or what. So, and I didn't want to know, are they mauled by cats? I mean, that would be my guess. But anyway. Or they've flown into their window and hit themselves and killed themselves or whatever. So, I didn't ask, but I waited till after dark. I went outside, got it, moved it, took what was left in the bird feeder and dumped it right outside under the window so that it would still be on the floor.
That was your last great act of defiance?
That was my last great act of defiance, was I dumped the bird seed so they would still come over today. Fancy says bird flu is abundant right now. So they could be sick.
Yeah, maybe those birds need to go to the doctor.
So
Get antibiotics.
the petty part of me, I did not do this. I refrained. I am adult. I will grow. I will be the bigger person. But the petty part of me this morning, when I looked out the window, there were like 6 dove up against their house picking at the ground. I thought I should take a picture and show them they're not even on my side of the yard. They're on yours. But I didn't. I did not. I behaved. So, usually it's the husband that comes over and tells me if we have a sprinkler head that's broken or something that we haven't noticed. But she came over last night. So I'm thinking he said, I'm not going over there and telling them what they can or can't do in their yard. Anyway, yeah, so I did dump what was left. It's not as active today because they can't land on a feeder. You can see he hasn't jumped at anything today. So I just believe there will still be dead birds. over on their side. Is that bad to say? And then I can put my bird feeder back out because it isn't me. Although, you know, they are coming over here because of the feed. So, yeah. Yeah, I just, you know what? It is not. Here's my motto. This is how I live, just so y'all know. It is not worth my peace. And if it's not worth my peace, I let it go. That is how I live. I did put the bird feeder back over by the second bird feeder in the kitchen window. So that's where he started. And remember, I moved the bird feeder because Toy Rodeo stole him. So I had to get him back. So that's why I moved the one bird feeder from where it was behind the fence to this area. So I've moved it back over there. He still can lay there on his blanket in the kitchen window and watch them because I have a bay window. But yeah, so that's where we are. It's very sad. I can't see him. He can see him on the ground right now. Now, there is a part of me that thinks, okay, do I sneak out again tonight when it's dark and put more bird seed out on the ground? And honestly, I thought they would complain about it because either the birds started pooping over on their side, or that the bird feed would change their grass. But here, let me show y'all. Let me see if I can show y'all. I'm gonna move the Binks' camera for a second. Are we ready? So this is how. Here's my yard. Can we see? Toy Rodeo, tell me if we can see. So my yard has nice, beautiful green grass. Oh, there's the little birds. And then their yard. Let's see. I'm gonna come down here. That's their yard, all the dirt. And the brick wall. What do you think, Binks? Oh, do you want the camera? Here, should we show them your face? Show them your face. Show them how pretty you are. Yeah. So, it is not like... Oops. Hold on, now I gotta get it all situated. I know, but I got them all riled, didn't I? It's not even like they have nice grass or anything. Yeah, well, so this is the side yard. It's not fenced in. Yeah, and you know, it's not like I have the big crows and all that. These are doves and finches. Yes. I have to continue the seed. Now, they can find it behind my fence instead of in front of my fence now, but you know, it was mainly for Binks and I to enjoy while we're... So that is our side yard. Right back behind that, well, you can see at the very top right hand corner of the... Here, let me show y'all. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's move this here. So you can see in that top right hand corner, that's our fences. That's his fence and my fence that go into our backyards. But we don't have a fence all the way around our house. So, and then where you see that white line, oh, you can see the birds flying through there. Where you see that white line, that is my brick wall, because I sit up higher than they do. So, and if you look, that's all their dirt back there. I mean, they barely have any grass on the side. Look at my beautiful grass. It's not like I am... Anyway, that's the thing. That's the bird gate. It is sad. Very, very sad. So Binks and I are without the birds. Hey, Mama Snow, thank you for the first chat. Put your bird feeder back where you want it and tell the woman to mind her own business.
Yep. By the way, Mama Snow, I will be using that last statement down there at the bottom. Tell Nosy Rosie to zip it. I love that. Nosy Rosie. I love that.
And we do have an HOA. And yeah, no, they don't care. And they care about everything, trust me.
Oh my God.
Our HOA is picky. Yeah, I should just throw seed all over everybody's yard. They are a thing, a big thing. I like it. He will. Actually, now, when I came back in the house last night, after talking to her and told him I was taking it down, and then I stayed irritated. I kept trying to let it go. And finally, he was like, "Do you want me to go talk to him?" I was like, "No, it's fine." We'll see how long that lasts, but as of right now, I've told him no to let it go. And I even said, well, I moved it there so that, my cat could watch them while I stream. She goes, "Oh, is it your cat killing all the things?" And I thought, okay, you have never seen my cat out. I said, my cat doesn't go outside. It is a bird scandal. I know, we're going to have to see if they keep dying. I mean, I don't want them to die, but it would be interesting if they continue to, because it's not like birds haven't always been there. Because even before I had the feeders on the outside of the fence, birds sit on both of our windowsills all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, I am being nice. I took it down. Well, I did a little passive aggressive by dumping what was seed left in the bird feeder onto the ground last night. But I did let it go. I mean, I haven't let it go. Apparently, I have not let it go. Yeah, and here's the other thing. So they have 3 kids, and I cannot tell you how many balls end up in my yard, whether they're baseballs. We had waffle balls when their son was younger. Waffle balls in our gutters that would just roll. When the wind would blow, you could hear them rolling in the gutters. And they have balls constantly in our yard. Like at first I was picking up, footballs and baseballs and waffle balls and tennis balls, and I would take, I don't know, 6 or 7 and just take them outside my fence and set them right there on that rock wall between our 2 fences. And then they would disappear, because he would find them. And finally one day I saw him and I said, we don't have any pets in the backyard. Y'all are more than welcome just to go in the backyard and get your balls. So, they don't even have to ask us anymore. They just go in our backyard, and they're going to complain about our bird feeder, which they had to have seen in the backyard. So, it is what it is. I am going to take the higher ground. I am the higher ground already, but for now, if it affects my peace, we're just going to let it go. But that is why Binks is so non-active. Your granddaughters kept kicking the balls over the fence. Yeah, I mean, it happens, right? And that's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Well, and that was... So I knew they weren't... sometimes they'll land right in the middle of the yard. I don't know if it's the people behind me. I don't know if it's... well, I wouldn't know if it's Suze, because she actually does text and go, "Can we get the ball?" I'm like, yeah. But usually it's there. So I just quit worrying about whose it was and just set them outside my fence and figured he could take them all. But you know, that gets expensive. Footballs and now they don't do hard baseballs. They do. I think I found a softball, but it used to be the waffle balls and then the... They wouldn't go get them. That would do it, right? At least if you're not getting them back. That would be a good idea, yeah. You could build a tether ball, and then you could just hit it around the pole. So anyway, that's our drama from last night. I think I'm going to have to go ahead and pull a little of this out so I know which one stops where. And our HOAs actually, they police. If you don't have, you have to have, a tree in your front yard. You have to have bushes. You have to have so many bushes, so many flowers. Hey, Wacky Duder, how are you? I hope you are well. Oh, Dutter. Wacky Dutter? Is that what that is? I am well. We were just griping about my bird gate, but we're good. My neighbor didn't like my bird feeder. But other than that, we're lovely. Besides ripping out, we've ripped out a bunch of our rug and we're redoing now. Duder. Okay. So it is Duder. So I said it right the first time and then I corrected myself. You do beadwork. Just in our front yards. Well, I say that. But then if you want like a shed in your backyard, you have to get a permit. And so like we won't keep our trash cans in our garage. I refuse. It's Texas. It's hot. It's stinky. Lots of flies. So we put ours on the side of the house. So we got in trouble for that. So we had to then build a partition in front of our trash cans on the side of the house so you couldn't see the trash cans. Yeah, if you do !Discord, that will give you the link to my Discord, and we have a channel called Cocoon Crafts that we post our pictures in of things we do and we're working on. Feel free. I show them sometimes on stream. for everybody to see. You just have to let me know you did it because I'm not paying attention to my Discord. Aw, thank you for the follow. Why did my sound not go off? Okay, thanks, Mark. That's right, no looking it up. That's cheating. You get points if you get the Frosty Tools question correct, and then if I quote a movie or a TV show and I say, all right, chat, what's that? Then you get more points. So it's 100 if you get the Frosty Tools right. It's 500 if you get my random quotes right. We also Stream Elements keeps track of points. You get points for following, rating, subscribing, and then watching. You actually earn points as you watch, so they're loyalty points. And we'll be putting some tangible items in there. You're saying 4 because you don't know baseball. I didn't see the question. How many World Series titles did the New York Yankees clinch in the disco decade of the 70s? All right, let's see. So there is a leaderboard, and there is, I haven't put anything in the store yet, but we will be putting things in the store. Like we have a Woolly Worm keychain because we're known as the Woolly Worms. And I'm working on some Woolly Worm coasters. And what else fancy? What else? I think that's it at the moment. Oh, and I do have some page. Let me show you. Oh, they're still in ads. Okay, well. So we'll see when everybody gets back. And then I'll start over. Okay. Oh, thank you. So, yes, so I've done, these are page covers that will be in our loyalty point store. And then, like I said, we've got the keychain, we've got coasters we're working on. And you'll be able to use your loyalty points that you get for watching, following, subscribing, all of that jazz. There will be a store and you can cash out your loyalty points for actual tangible items along with other fun things. And right now so those are different than channel points. Channel points, right now we have, it's hard twice. Yep. So it's hard to find a craft I haven't done. So I crochet, I knit, I diamond paint, I have done lots of stuff. So what we did was I found some little kits. I crochet, but I have never done that A word, amigurumi, whatever that is. Those letters just do not work for me. But I've never done that. So there is a channel point reward that people have been working on to have me do one of those on stream. There's also one for I've cross stitched. I love cross stitch. I don't do it anymore because I really like the fine cross stitch and it is hard on my eyes. So I do the so I haven't ever done embroidery though. So we have a little cute bee kit that is an embroidery kit, and then we have a mosaic glass coaster kit that I've never done mosaic glass. So those are out there right now as channel point rewards, and when we hit one of those, then we will do that live on stream. And then I have some other ones. Amigurumi. 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 That's it, right? You put the emphasis on the ru. Amigurumi. I need to write that down. Hold on, we're going to write that down because I never say it right. Amigurumi. All right, amigurumi. We are going to practice that at some point because I do not say it right. And the letters don't make sense to me when I look at it. All right. So we have our dark now replaced on our 3. And see, those look really good up against that yellow, right? So now we're going to switch to this light. And that's what we're going to do the 2 leaves in is our light. So we just alternated them. Oh, cool. All right. Let me go. I think Mark posted some kits he was wanting us to see too. So let me look. Oh, nice. Okay, so let me show y'all. Mark had found these at the Aldi's. Oh, wait. Asian languages break up sounds by the vowel almost every 2 letters. Amigurumi. Ah! Cool. Alright, let me... Amigurumi. Alright, so these are what Mark found at Aldi. So he just wanted us to see these. Of course, he is in the UK. So I don't know if our Aldi's would have these. Oh, it's a cute little dinosaur in it. Oh. Cute. That is very cute. Alright, and then, look at this Mama Snow did. Look at these beaded. Aren't those pretty earrings? Oh, look at that. Isn't that cool? Now, is that just on beading on cloth and then you can do something with it? That is awesome. Look how detailed that is. Very cool. And do you kind of like cross stitch, go in with your needle and back out and then put the bead on and then back in and out? I need to know. Those are beautiful. Well done. Well done. A fabric stabilizer. Look, Gigi's giving us Asian lessons. I love it. Like China or Japan or Korea. Cool. It's a fabric stabilizer. So then you fuse it to whatever you want it to go on. Very cool. Well, beautiful work. Wacky Duder, do you do crafts? Place all the beads on one string, then tack it down every 2 beads with the second string. Oh, very cool. Okay, I can envision that, I think. Do you use a bead stringer? Like a, I have one I love that I do to add it to knitting. Yeah, you're right, Fancy. You would have to know how many you want to put on that string, I guess. Very cool. So, all of your other pieces, they looked Native American. Is that the way you do it? Especially now that you say buckskin or elk. 2 beading needles. I have this, I don't know if I have it right here. So I have a beading needle that you load up, and then it has a little crochet hook on it on one end. Well, I won't say that right. Is the J silent? I thought they looked very Native American, very beautiful. Fancy and I both used to live in New Mexico, so I'm used to seeing that kind of art. I want to do the genealogy, I know there's separate DNA tests for Native Americans that don't run through like Ancestry.com or those. My great-grandmother was full-blooded. Her husband was half, but that was way back when, and when they started making you do birth certificates and social security cards, because his mom had died and his dad had remarried a white lady, and back then, there was such a stigmatism on being Native American, right? That they put the stepmom as the mom. So even though we know what his mother's name was, you can't prove that that's who it was. But my grandfather was very proud of his heritage. We grew up with lots of stories. My favorite one about my great-grandmother was she would know, she said that the minute, so before the phone would ring to tell her someone had died, she would already know. She would answer the phone with who's dead, because a white dove would land on her windowsill every time before. But I love that you are carrying on those traditions and making those kinds of things. They're beautiful. It is beautiful, and it's good to see that those kinds of things, oh, okay, they don't go away, right? That they're being continued on, and how to do them. Okay, so let me show y'all. This is her work setup. Oops, hold on, where'd my thing go? Where did my thing go? Here we go. So there's her setup. So she's got, you know, here's what I notice immediately, because I have this issue too. Did that needle start out straight and it's just gotten bent over time? Because it's got a little bit of a bend, probably right where you hold your fingers when you're picking them all up. How fun is that? That is so cool. Beautiful work, Mama Snow. Awesome, awesome. Well done. Yeah. So I do, one of the other things I do is English paper piecing. And my needles are always, they just get more bent and more bent. A peyote stitch. Very cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah. I'm always afraid I'm going to snap one. Alright, so we're back to just redoing. So that's all we're doing. You snapped your favorite. See, I know. Ugh. Yeah, and for my English paper piecing, I use some Japanese needles. And so it's like, I know when you have a favorite and it breaks. And you had got them bent just right. Oh, you have a 3-leg stool with that type of top. Very cool. Now, it may have been, Does it look like it's made with yarn, or does it look like more like wool strips? So let me show you the difference of the way the two look. Because I'd almost bet you it is, I'd almost bet you that it is hooked, not punched. So this is kind of how punched looks. And this is more how hooked looks. It has these more of more definition between each of the pieces. These are a little softer. These have a little more. Definitely punched. Okay. So I'll show you. I did a rug. Let me show y'all. So I did a rug. Is this it? Yep. So I did a rug like this. And then I decided that I did that rug, and then I decided I wanted a stool that matched it. So I have taken a stool and I took it off, and so I have punched the top, and then I'm working on, there will be flowers all the way around the side to match this. So I have one that I am working on. Yeah, so it'll match my rug that's in my office. There's a Pokemon. That's what you want, right? You want it well used. That's what, I did a, I had knitted a bag, a really big travel bag, and it is beautiful. And one of my friends was like, I need one of those. You need to make me one. Well, she's like 4'11" and weighed 90 pounds. And I said, I could carry you in this bag. I'm not making you a bag this big. It's huge. So for Christmas, I ended up doing, the yarn was doubled for my bag, so I ended up doing it single, and I did it, I felted it a little heavier, so it made a much smaller purse. And she loved it. She was thrilled with it, and then wouldn't carry it. And I'm like, I could make another one if you ruin this one, but I didn't make it for you just to put it away and not use it. Well, this was a, do I have a picture? I probably don't have it on my, let's see. Oh, here comes Toy Rodeo. What you doing, Toy Rodeo? Whoops. Really?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't respond yet.
I'm not going to.
So, that is the bag that I made. But see how big that is? I mean, that's hanging off of a door handle to almost to the floor. So I made her one much smaller. Your great-grandma, who was born in 1901, always told you to use the good dishes and wear your best undies because tomorrow is never promised. Well, yeah, you know, that is absolutely, I agree. You have so many crap bags, but you have them all filled? That's how I am. Yeah, you know. Now, like, I have my husband's great-grandmother's bean pot, but it's made out of lead. So, you know, those kind of things I have sitting, but we won't use that. But, I mean, it's lead glass. But, yes, I agree. What's the point? Now, I will say, like, my grandmother gave me her hope chest when I turned 18. Well, she probably shouldn't have done that. I was not responsible enough to have that. Yes. A bean pot. So let me show you. So this was her bean pot. And it's just it has a stand, a really pretty stand. And then it's just a glass bowl that she always put her beans in. And it says Queen Anne guaranteed something. But it's just what she put her beans in. It was her bean pot. But I'm pretty sure it's got lead. I'm pretty sure it was lead glass. And you know what else I have of hers? Y'all are going to laugh. But hold on. Her name was Fanny. And they lived, they would be, I'm trying to think what the word is. Hillbillies, that's what they would call them. So they each she had a huge family. She had, I don't know how many kids, lots and lots of kids. So they each had their own fork, right? That was back in the day where you didn't have a lot of extras. And so I have Fanny's fork. Her name was Fanny. And I have Fanny's fork. That was her fork. That is what she ate off of every day. How cool is that? And I thought that the rule of thumb was whoever has the most supplies wins. That's always been my motto. You've got a bag of tatting supplies, a backpack for your embroidery supplies, a bag for your watercolor. Yeah. A leather working bag. Actually 4 beans, yeah. I'm pretty sure they were baked. Where did your mind go, Giggy? Yeah, so all right, we are back to using our regular Whoops, 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 hold on. Wrong end. Wrong end. Your crafting looks like an episode of Hoarders. That is, y'all, that is how I always knew. So my daughter, she can be when she was younger, I just wouldn't fight her with the room. I'd be like, just shut your door. As long as I can't see it, whatever. I may have raised her wrong because she didn't want to clean later either, but all right, I will wait to tell my story about my child in Hoarders. But we are going to continue on. We are going to continue on with this and try to get it done. You get the ones in Spanish? That is funny. They're not doing a very good job, are they? All right, y'all let me know when you're back from ads. Are y'all back? Because I can't tell when Frosty Tools does just the recap. Okay, ads are done. All right. Okay. So my daughter, when she would, not clean her room and I couldn't stand it, I would just close the door and ignore it. Because I figured there was one area I needed to not yell at her about that was hers, right? So, every once in a while, here she would come. And she would come grabbing trash bags and cleaning supplies. And I'd be like, what you doing? She said, Mom, I've been watching Hoarders and I've got to clean. So it would just freak her out to watch Hoarders, and then she would have to go clean her room. I loved it. I was like, thank you, Hoarders. I can watch the ones. Well, I can't really watch all of them. I can't watch any of them probably. But when they find like dead rodents or animals, that just freaks me out. That I tease my mom that she's a hoarder, although her house is very neat, but she does have a lot of stuff I will have to go through when her time comes, and she just apologizes all the time. Candace, you know you're going to have all this stuff you've got to do. I'm like, I know. Yeah. You do like to recycle in weird ways, but there's a line, right? How much junk can you pick up, and does that go to the... Hello, Bish. Hello, you croissants. How are ya? How far did you get on your skull? I saw you drawing it out. And Lunar's already in there with the fishing. Good job. And there was a shout out given to Bish. If you aren't following him, he's a tufter. So he does rugs with the machine, and he is fun to watch. Hey Kay, how are you? I'm trying to catch him on everything. You just drew it. You need 2 more colors at least. Oh, thanks, Pika. I'm glad she enjoyed it. It's something she wants to try. Let me know. He does make fabulous rugs, doesn't he? And when he slows down and really does the shading and blending, they are just beautiful. Beautiful. All right, well, if y'all were here last week and we started on the border, let me tell y'all what happened, because I have this big pile right here. So we decided it sounds like a 14-year-old living with your mom. Hello, lady. How are ya? And Paradox, I learned you are in Austin. I did not know that. Is that right, Austin? I think that's right. That's what I learned. Texas, I know Texas. So last time we were starting our border, and these were going to be our really dark. Fort Worth. I'm in Fort Worth. We're doing our dark here and our light here, and let me show y'all that picture. Mama, you're in Dallas? Awesome. I did not know that. And ladies in Louisiana. I love Louisiana. She watches streamers when I shove a phone in her face. So let me show y'all what happened. I've got a picture. So you see how on that last border it's so dark. You really it just all is blah. So we ripped all that, well, we're ripping all that out. There's still a dark one here. We've got about 2 more that we need to rip out. So we've switched it. We've done our dark green as our stem, and then our light green is the big leaves, and it's looking so much better. So that is what we're doing. We thought we would be, yes, I think so too. Thank y'all. Yeah, it definitely made a difference. So, thank you, Paradox, for following. So that's what we've done. We did not get as far as we thought we would because we did start ripping out and redoing. So I'm just now backtracking to the ones that we had done prior. And, oh, and y'all haven't heard. Oh, here, Binks. There's your blanket. Scoot back on your blanket. Come on. There you go. All right, Mama. Thanks for hanging out with us. And thank you for sharing your bead making. It was gorgeous. It happens, doesn't it? You think you are and you aren't. It's okay. All right. Thanks for lurking. Now, see, my daughter, all she does is send me 1,000 TikToks. And then she's like, you haven't watched them. When am I supposed to have time? Okay, go ahead. Fancy, tell them what it's called, and then I'll tell the story. We have an issue here. We have a bird scandal. Or bird gate, whichever way you want to call it. We have a bird scandal. It's a whole thing. Yeah, freaking Birdgate. I'm telling you. Okay, so you know how... Here's how this whole thing started. Toy Rodeo stole Binks, and he was in there laying with him every day, and that irritated me, so I went and got one of the bird feeders from the backyard, moved it to the side yard right in front of my window, so that he would come lay back on his spot and stay with me. So it may have started in not a good way anyway. I may have had a bad attitude. So it could be Birdmageddon. We just maybe before the end of it. So, you know, it's literally in my side yard because these windows face the side of the house or on the side of the house. And it's in front of my back fence. So my back fence is here. We've got this section of yard, and then I'm up a little higher, so there's a brick or rock wall, and then my neighbor's side yard is right here. And then both of our back fences are here. So the window's right here. So I had the bird feeder right outside my window. I mean, like, Toy Rodeo even said, you know, if high winds come, the metal from the hanger could break the window. And I'm like, yeah, but I want it right here up against the fence so Binks can see everything. So I left it there. And so we've been feeding the birds. Well, last night, late in the evening, there is a knock on my door. And it is my neighbor that we have the two side yards. We do not share a yard. Like, it's not flat. I mean, like, my yard is up here and their yard is down here. So it's not like it kind of blends together. It's like this. And my bird feeder is way over here. So she comes to the door last night and asks me to remove my bird feeder because she says 3 birds this week she has found dead in her yard. Now, me feeding the birds is not going to kill those birds. So, Bird Valhalla. Bird Ragnarok. So, I said, so it could be bird flu. I don't know. I haven't seen 3 birds over on her side yard dead at all, and I'm looking out the window all the time. But I waited, because we were in the middle of a movie. So I waited till the movie was over and it got dark. So here was my passive-aggressive act last night. I went over, I took the bird feeder out, but there was still about a quarter of bird seed in the feeder, so I sprinkled it all over under the window. So at least they'd have bird seed today. So, and they go through my bird seed. I mean, it does not last 4 hours in my bird feeder. So I do have a lot of birds that come visit. And then the wind, you know how the wind blows here, and so then they're rocking it and they're picking it all out, so it does land on the ground. So my passive aggressive part was I spread the rest of it out right under my window before I took the bird feeder down. I moved the bird feeder back to my backyard, which it was right behind my fence in the backyard anyway for the last 8 years. I have never had her complain, but she can see it now, so now she's going to complain. So I moved it. We've discussed whether I'm going to go out every night once it's dark and spread more bird seed under my window. But so the windows that are facing me from the side of the house, they don't have large windows. Now, our windows they're good size. They're not quite floor to ceiling. There's probably, but they're good size windows. They're not little windows. So, anyway, then the petty part of me, you would buy 5 more. The petty part of me, when I got up this morning and looked, there were like 5 doves up against their house picking things off the ground and eating it. I don't know if it was grass. I don't know if they were putting little pebbles in their belly. I don't know what they were doing. But there were like 5 of them up against their wall, not anywhere near my yard. And what I wanted to do was take a picture and show her. I don't think it's my problem. I think it's yours. I did not. I refrained. I will take the bigger, higher road. So that's where we are. And I'm trying to, so I moved the bird feeder back to our kitchen window so that that's where his other feeder is. And I have a window seat, and so he has a blanket on the window seat, and he can still watch the birds at the bird feeder, but not from here. So, but I didn't. I behaved. I didn't take a picture. I may take one tomorrow if they're out there again in the morning, because they were right up against there. And I have a beautiful side yard, all grass, all everything. There's just dirt and rock, and their grass is in patches. It looks horrible. So, it's not like my yard's bad. But anyway, that's where we are. That is the bird gate this morning. We have no bird feeder. We have no bird feeder, nor do we have a lot of birds because there's no bird feeder. She's the bird murderer. I know. Here is spray painting bird murderer on the garage door. Yeah. And that's the other thing. I don't say anything to them when they use like the other day I watched them lay stuff on my grass and my rock wall and spray paint. And I was like, seriously? But I didn't say anything. So here's my motto. I really try to live by, does it affect my peace? And if it affects my peace, all right. Oh, he's already home and you've made a mess. That's kind of where I'm at. But we'll see. I'm hoping maybe she'll find some more dead birds after I've moved this thing, and then I can move it back, because we'll prove it isn't my feeders. And I will say, usually it's the husband that comes over and says, he is going to be so sad. He's already not near as active today as he has been, but there are still birds on the ground at the moment. And I don't know. I may sneak out there tonight and throw some more. It's not like my bird seed is moldy or would it even last long enough to, I won't tell you how many pounds of bird seed we go through a week. But, it's usually the husband that comes and says something to me. Like if we've got a sprinkler head broken and we didn't know it. We've had him one time go, it's spraying on my truck. Well, excuse me. We did not break it. It was an accident. And it wasn't that. It was actually that the bunny had chewed through the soaker hose and made a hole. But anyway, he usually comes and says something. you'd spray out lines of the bodies, the bird bodies. I know, he is. He's just staring at it. So sad. And usually it's the husband that comes and says something to me about anything, and he did not. So I'm thinking he even told his wife we don't have a right to tell her what she can do in her yard. But I will be the bigger person for a little while. So that is where our bird saga is at the moment. That is where our bird saga is. And he looks very sad, doesn't he? Bake a blackbird pie to thank the neighbors for letting you know. Yeah, there we go. I will watch for them, and oh, I'm stuck under my thing. I will watch for those birds. I will take a picture tomorrow if they're still out there on their side of the eating their rocks or whatever they're eating. Get police tape. Yeah, and y'all know I'm all about true crime, so I'm sure I could come up with some kind of... I could do a sign that says I will be doing a true crime podcast from the location. Yes, after I'm done being the bigger person. I'm being the bigger person at the moment. We'll see. We'll see how long that lasts, right? That's it. I can be a bird when I'm out there watering the yard, trimming the bushes. All right, we're going to start a new skein. Aw, thank you, Mama Snow, for the follow. Yep, I can flop. I was saying earlier, it is not like they don't know because that I have bird feeders all over, because we don't have we don't have an animal in the backyard. So they have 3 kids, and there's balls always landing in my yard. So I had just told them finally, I was like, y'all don't have to come ring the doorbell every time. Just go in the backyard and get them. So it's not like they aren't. In fact, they were in my backyard just a couple of weeks ago. The kids lost a ball. So it is not like they don't know. She just wants to take it out on my feeders. Oh, no, you're fine. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. We are getting... we are getting close on our... Hold on, let me look. Amigurumi. Did I say that right? I'm hoping I did. I am trying. We're about 80... Well, we were 81% when I started the stream. We have 7 more days. We'll do the Highland cow and name her the neighbor lady because she's a heifer. Well, we don't. Suze may have more knowledge about her than I do even, because although Suze is on the other side of me, she doesn't complain about my bird feeders. But I know she goes out during the 4th of July when they're shooting off the fireworks, or New Year's. I think they're out there with them. So I may have to ask her. And Suze's dog loves my bird feeders. He comes and talks to the birds all the time. Yeah, she lives next door. I'm the one that got her started on Twitch. Yeah. I taught her daughter to crochet, Leneva. Her husband sings. We've gone and watched him at restaurants sing and play his guitar. I like that neighbor. Actually, Biz and I yesterday were, so one of my Frosty Tools questions came up about what is the bizarre gambling rule in North Carolina that is still active today. And so it was a really bizarre rule. You can only, of course, I think North Carolina only has gambling on the reservations. Your neighbors just want to use your internet. So the rule is in North Carolina that you can only play bingo for 5 hours. Then you have to quit, and you have to not play for 48 more hours. You have a cooling down period of 48 hours. And that is still the rule. You can gamble for 5 with bingo, and then you have to stop for 48. I guess they don't want it to become addictive. So we were talking about that, and I said, well, you could go to North Carolina and visit. And I said, although it's a ways from Texas, and because people do not realize how big the states are outside of the states, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They just were saying, and he said, no, I want to go to Texas. And I said, well, why do you want to come to Texas? And then that's when he said that you were in Austin, and then he wants to go see Beyonce's parental home? I said, well, that would be Houston. So then I said, I didn't know she was in Austin. So that's how that went. I said, but Austin's fun. There would be lots of fun things to do in Austin. Yeah, I mean, really. The answer is Mattel. All right, we're going to see. Which iconic toy company was brought to life by the entrepreneurial spirit of Ruth and Elliot Handler? I think that 48 hours does apply, whether you've been there an hour or 5 hours. So I think you would have to stay for the 5 hours because you're then on cooldown for 48. Thank you, Barbie Movie, for that info. That would be interesting to know, right? If you can do it that way, if you can go an hour a day and then you don't have a cooldown. I'm betting once they scan your ID or whatever, you're tagged, and that's it for 48 hours. Just my guess. I do not know the answer. But it was an interesting tidbit. But that's that other thing, right? It's like, so like Texas, there's no gambling at all. North Carolina, it's just on the reservations. And then in Louisiana, y'all have gambling everywhere. A bingo degenerate. I know. So before WinStar was a thing in Oklahoma, we would go to Shreveport. A friend and I would finish work, drive to Shreveport, stay up all night, play the slots, and then drive back to Fort Worth. That used to be our thing. Now we have WinStar, which is just an hour away from us. So we go to Oklahoma instead. Mark's back. Yay. Yes, that is so true. I hate going out. In fact, so the rug hooking I do, which is actually with the wool strips, there is one store up in McKinney. You got it. Good job, Fancy. That's 100 points for you. There's one store in McKinney, or I can drive an hour and a half to Wichita Falls because there's a store there. And I'm going to go Wichita Falls every time because it's actual driving, not sitting in traffic. Nor is it thousands of dollars in tolls. Yeah, so I do not go to Dallas unless I have to. I've worked in Dallas for years. I've worked all over Carrollton, Addison, Farmers Branch. Plano. So not fun. And really, you can get everything now in Fort Worth almost that you can get in Dallas. Well, I say that, but the last thing that I used to go to Carrollton for was to go to H Mart, and there's going to be an H Mart about 20 minutes from me now. 20 minutes is not the same as 20 miles in Dallas Fort Worth, nor in Austin probably. Yeah. So you're out past Rockwall. Yeah. So we would cut across, like when we're going east. So if we were going back to Ohio or Tennessee or somewhere, we would take George Bush from across the top of Fort Worth all the way across, and then hit Rockwall and go out. And we would do it at 4 in the morning. It was so much more worth getting up that early and getting out, and than it is if you want to try to go during the day. I mean, it's just, it takes us, just because you hit the edge of Dallas, it would still be an hour and a half before we get to Fort Worth. 3 trolleys in a row. Yes, I'm sure Austin is exactly the same way. And I bet it's getting more and more crowded as it goes. My husband used to do contract work at Ascension Healthcare in Austin. And so he would drive down on Monday morning and then drive back on Thursday evenings. And it would take him longer from, I think it was Temple into Austin, than it would from Fort Worth to Temple. Traffic just isn't fun in the big cities. It's one of the reasons we stayed on our little side. Because what people don't realize is literally something that is 7 miles from you will take 45 minutes. 7 miles. You caught an uncommon butterfly fish. Awesome. Oh, and the Pokemon escaped. And you caught an uncommon red-eyed fish. Nice. Now, if I said fish, it would come up with Henry's other shoe or not a fish. Not a fish. I do not get to catch fish. They would do the rolling brownouts here. Ours were not rolling. Ours were, they would start the rolling brownout sometime after 8 a.m. Ours would go off, and it was supposed to be back on in 15 minutes. Yeah, that didn't happen. It would come back on about 2 in the morning, and then they would do another rolling out. Hey, Willowa, fish away. They would do another roll out at 8 the next morning. It would go off and not come back on until sometime in the middle of the night. And yeah, and we don't have a fireplace, so we would just have to make sure the blinds were open during the day, and be layered up. And of course, where we live, when the internet would go out, when the electricity were out, then we need to use our Wi-Fi calling where we're at because it's just so bad. And with the electricity out, I couldn't call, I couldn't text. I could like get one text through to my daughter, and then I would be like, okay, you need to, and she lived right by the airport, so of course her electricity never went out. And so, and my mom's on a co-op, so hers wouldn't go out at all. Yeah, those co-ops, they can be a pain sometimes, but they can be really good other times. And so I would be like, you need to let Mommy Billy know that I have no phone, no anything. And I would read a book. You are usually a lurker, Willowa. I appreciate you always lurking. I never call anybody out when I see them lurking. Just so y'all know. Round 2 of coffee. There you go. And Mama Snow landed. You had a lot of damaged power lines. Ours wasn't the weight of the freeze. It would be the wind and the trampolines that go into our power lines. That's usually it. Which is funny because our neighborhood is buried lines, but outside the neighborhood, they're all still up on poles. Willowa is usually a gamer. In fact, I met Willowa through Toy Rodeo. Ooh, stained glass. I have not done stained glass, but that would be so cool. Do not get me started on all the trampolines. Yep. So Willowa, are you getting excited for the new release tomorrow? I don't know if you've seen, but we've been playing 3. And we started, what did we start? Barbarians? Is that what we started? Melee. Oh my gosh. It's horrible. And you want to see Toy Rodeo almost loses cool? That is, watch him play a melee character. Oh my word, it was so funny. I was laughing. He was not. That's what someone else said is the Demon Hunter. And then, but tomorrow we'll switch back to 4 to run the new season, I think. But yeah, tonight we're playing those dumb melee barbarian characters. It is quite comical. Well, I think it's funny because I'm used to dying, so it doesn't bother me. He is not used to dying. And he actually died Saturday night a couple of times with the big boss, and I had to save the day. I just want y'all to know. I am Leroy Candace. I am Leroy. Yeah, it has been quite comical. But I did save the day. I just want everybody to know. I saved his tail end. It doesn't happen very often, so I have to brag. All right. Thanks, Mama Snow. We'll talk to you later. I am not a gamer. That's the point. That is the point. I do. So let's see. Let me say. I played. Here's what we have found out. I played Elden Ring. and I liked it, but I could never get past the Moon Lady. I loved Hogwarts Legacy, but my husband could not watch me play because I can't turn my head and run the stairs, and if you know, most of the stairs are circular stairs, and so I just run facing the same way, so I go this way down the stairs. I'm never looking where I'm going. It made him sick. He was like, I cannot watch you play this game. So he quit watching me that. And then I played Diablo 4, and I like it. But here is what we have found out. I am a completionist. Now, y'all may think that I should have known that by now. But you really don't think about it being a completionist until you like get into a game. So I'm in Diablo 4, and I ran the campaign, and then I printed out a list of all the dungeons, and I did all the dungeons, and I highlighted them and marked them off, and then I've ran almost all the side quests, and he's like, nobody runs the side quests, Candace. Nobody. I'm like, yes, I am running the side quests. I did. I got loot of all the things. I have lots of loot. Oh, I don't know. I haven't played Zelda. I saw y'all play Plate Up. I saw that. And he said it stressed him out, but he had so much fun. Yeah. So, I have never played Pokemon Snap either. In fact, Biz was talking about this last weekend was some kind of Pokemon Go where they live. And I was like, I didn't even know that was still a thing. I used to play Pokemon Go. So yeah, if you ever want to see me on screen and almost falling out of my chair laughing, so much fun. I wonder if Biz's husband plays that one. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Duh. It would help if I put the actual command, huh? So there we go. So there is my husband's channel. We usually start about 3:30 Central Time and play until evening. And there are days he actually plays seriously. And he plays by himself. When it's not serious, I'm there. But if he's wanting to play something seriously, then I don't get on stream. But I know we're playing tonight, and I know we're playing tomorrow night. And tonight we're playing those horrible melee characters. And I can't stand back and shoot something at it, so I have to run in there. And I just hang in there until I die. Oh, I see. I never played that one either. I didn't. The Pokemon Go I played, and there's a video somewhere. I'll have to have my child send it to me, where it was back in the very beginning of Pokemon Go when they hadn't kind of reeled in the Pokestops. They were big. They were far enough out that you could get them driving by. You could grab them real quick. You didn't have to be real close. And she was in the back seat because you could hear us going, I got it, I got it, I got it. The Pokestop. And she was going, I'm going to die. They are going to kill me in this back seat. Well, somebody told him the other day, I wish I had your patience. I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, yeah, that's what it is. Well, you know, I ripped out all these, so to redo, I still have 2 green leaves and the stem. You're back. Okay, Bish, does your husband play, which one is it, guys? Which one did I say? I wonder if he plays that one. Pokemon Snap? Or is it the one y'all are playing? Which was the other one? Yeah, Pokemon Snap. I said, does your husband play the Pokemon Snap? Because they're saying that one's really fun, that they all love that one. And I said, I know he's crazy about Pokemon. Just didn't know which one. Because if not, we may have found him a new Pokemon game. Because I know he needs a new one. Because we aim to help in these channels, you know. Okay, tell him to check out Pokemon Snap because they say that one's good too. Yep, I'm helping. So I still have 2 I have to replace, and then we still have more than half of the border to go. All right, he'll have to look it up. I don't know what it is, but they're saying it's a lot of fun. We're just trying to help him have more things to do. We don't want him to miss out on anything. I'm helping. Oh, it's on the Switch. Are you cussing again? You and my auto mod. And I thought I turned it off, but apparently not. Okay, so we still have 2 more. Actually, let's just go ahead and see if we can place this. How far over we can get this. All right. All right, we can at least get a little more done on this. I swear. And you weren't the problem. I wasn't the problem either, and my bird feeders are not the problem. One killed your tree. You broke my Automod again. All right, here we go. Yeah, I can let it eat at me, or I can just let it go for now. Although the baby does look sad, doesn't he? Yeah, or you didn't know where those pots came from, so you just assumed somebody blessed you with them. You're mad for me. Thank you. I know. He hasn't gone slamming into the window at all today. You stole your neighbor's dogs once because they were abusing it. Hey, I can't even, so we riot at dawn. So I will say I can't even get on the Facebook page for the neighborhood because it gets to 110, 100 and, I mean, we have weeks that, like, at night, it doesn't cool down past 85, right? And it's 110, 112 during the day. And we have people that don't take their dogs in, they leave them out in that heat all day while they're working. No shade, I just can't do it because I would go get every one of them. There's his angry croissant. And I mean, there have been some horrific things that have happened to that neighbors have tried to rescue the dogs, and one died right in their garage while they were trying to cool them down. I mean, it's just horrible. I just can't stay on the Facebook group. Animals and children. They cannot protect themselves. And so I have issues. I know. Ooh, you have moved up to 2, bud. I think you get like 2,000 points every time you raid. Is that why you've been raiding? Just trying to get your points up there. You love it here. Well, I know, but today we made you mad. We've now had Birdageddon. It is kind of sad looking at him, though, isn't it? Thank you. Well, we are not making big progress, but we are progressing. I am happier with the change. We made those, so see the difference. I mean, that just gets washed out completely. So even though we're redoing, we're doing it right. Toyota Toy Rodeo is fishing.
Not being besmirched.
No, I said you're angry, croissant. Yeah. No, I said you were fishing.
I did fish. Now
Bi-
be careful.
Biz is getting chat to ride at dawn and get the neighbor.
Persecute the neighbor.
Yes. We need to get him a hat and boots, and he can ride at dawn with his and have a little shootout.
There you go.
What do you think, y'all? You think Biz needs a cowboy hat and boots? This outline does not want to come out, does it? I'm getting ready to take this Band-Aid off because surely I've quit bleeding by now. The clothing. He doesn't want a cowboy hat and boots. He just wants the chaps. Thank you for checking in, Classy. How are you today? We're talking about Biz wearing chaps and nothing else. Thank you. We have ripped a bunch of it out. Okay, good. So tell me, which one? Did you see my post? I tagged you in on my Discord about Koberger. They were trying to get the death penalty taken off. Okay, I haven't seen that episode on Rotten Mango. I love Rotten Mango. That's another one, y'all. You want to follow. And she has some, well, I say obscure. They're probably not obscure in other countries, but she does cover other nations, which I have not, I haven't heard those. So I do love Rotten Mango. They can't do it. It will not be televised, period. Because it is federal, and they do not televise any federal trials. Yes, due to his autism. That's right. But they just had him diagnosed, and now they want. Did you not like that she talks to her husband behind the camera? Right, that's what I was thinking. I mean, just to have him, And they paid to have that diagnosis, I'm sure, because he wasn't diagnosed with that prior. Well, no. So, Koberger. So the Brian Koberger one is the one that they're trying to get the death sentence off the table by saying that he is autistic, so he should not be tried with the with it being a death penalty case. That they have to take the death penalty off the table, but the judge did not go for it, and he said no. So death penalty is still on the table. And then the P. Diddy case will not be televised because he is it's a federal case, and they do not televise federal cases. Yeah. Now I did. So the last time he was in court, they said he is completely Diddy. I'm talking about Diddy now. They said he is completely white-headed. So either he's had a really hard time in jail, or he'd been using some kind of hair color before. He is older. But he didn't ever have any gray, and now he's solid white. So, in a year. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he dyed it, which is fine. Don't we all? until we just get tired of it, and then I don't do it anymore. But yeah, so there's a guy called, if you want to follow it on, if you want real time stuff on Diddy when the trial happens, there is a person on X called Inner City Press, and he goes to every motion hearing. He goes to everything. He will be at trial, and he tweets live what's happening in the courtroom. So that is how we've been finding out what's happening in the courtroom so far on his, Inner City Press. And he does a great job. He's covering the Luigi Mangione, because see, that won't be televised either, because it's federal. Well, no, that's not true. If state goes first, that will be televised, but the federal will not. And then Donna Adelson, I think, if I heard right, just got her judge thrown off. Or she called for him to recuse himself. Yeah, Inner City Press has done an excellent job for every hearing. It's just the one that, instead of the, Court TV or whoever, he just has been there from the day one and really has done a good job. And there goes Bij's fishy croissant, or fishworm with croissant ears. And you landed. And Biz, I was just teasing you about rating. You're just trying to get your points up. I know. I was just teasing, though. If I pick on you, that means I like you. That is the rule of thumb. Okay. Just making sure. In the Karen Read trial, I am a little concerned. I don't know how. We could do grainy square ones. You gotta love Jackson, right? You've gotta love Jackson. He is worth the money she's paying. And his impeaching of Carrie, whatever her name was, and showing how she lied in the grand jury. They are perjuring themselves left and right, which is what he has to do, right? He has to prove they're lying. I think it's the way it's set up. I think Brennan, the fact that they're being allowed to, they already went to the house. They all did a field trip and went to the house and looked at it. I think the way he's bringing in the text messages, in a timeline, progressively in a timeline, and having those read every so often, and the videos of her speaking to the press, they can use her own words against her. That is the only problem I see. There you go. You need some tassels on your chaps? Well, yeah, and playing games, right? Yep, yep. Right on the buttocks. 2 tassels. Oh, lordy. Yeah. And just saying enough to keep her hanging. And then getting on to her because she was nice to the kids. She was too nice. And I thought the text where she said, you know, she's really smart, but you've also had a lot to do with that, you know, and talking him up. And how are those kids going to get up there and be ugly? You know, after they hear the text about them, that they were, you know, she was defending them and he was griping about them. You know, in the I've got a 78-year-old sitting here on my couch or whatever. He wasn't very respectful to his parents either, in my opinion. She wears them when she rides her motorcycle. Yeah, lots of people do. Do you want motorcycle chaps or do you want cowboy chaps? See, that we need to clarify that too, right? That's a whole different thing. Well, I hate to put a blanket statement out there, but I've known enough police officers and how they act. I'll just say that. So that wouldn't surprise me one bit. Now, I'm sure they're not all like that, but man, I've met plenty that are. Alright, so we have now ripped out all the ones we were wanting to replace. So now it's all ripped out. Yeah, firemen. Yeah, I'm sure. I haven't had exposure to as many firemen, but I managed apartment complexes for a while, and you know, you always had one that did security and lived there, you know, a single one that usually lived there, and yeah, it was a lot. There's an entitlement sometimes that they think. And I'm sorry, but if we're talking those Canton police, they all think they're entitled. That is the worst bunch of police I've seen. Policing. I mean, I just don't know how you sugarcoat that. It's just bad. And then, are you following the Corey Robinson? Or is it Robinson? I don't remember. Thank you. It definitely has taken longer. I did get my other 2 rugs turned in because they'll be in a book this summer. And she was happy with those, so they're done and gone and out of my hand. So she had her husband killed. She was a real estate person, and he had a company, and it did really well. I think it was in Utah. So, Willa, I do on some. This one I did not. This is a vintage 1960s pattern. But I have some of the ones I've done on here. I have drawn myself. I do have. I have a couple of 4th of July ones that I want to do that I've drawn myself. I want to do. So I have my grandmother's hope chest, and I said earlier, she gave it to me when I was 18. She shouldn't have done that because I didn't know how to take care of anything. And I would set my soda glasses on it, and I used glass and had ice, and so they would sweat. And I had rings all over the top of the hope chest, and so I padded the hope chest, and it's now like a sitting bench in my hallway. But my paternal grandfather was from Scotland. My paternal grandmother was from Scotland, and so they both have their arms, which would be so his arms would be my arms, right? Because I'm the same lineage. So what I want to do on that hope chest is I want to do my I guess it's the shield, and then the tartan colors. And then I want to do my grandmother's on this side. So I want to break it into 3. I want to do mine and my grandfather's, my grandmother's, and then Toy Rodeo is Scottish. So I want to do his on this side. So I need to finish getting that one drawn up. So I want to do that to make a cover for that hope chest. So that's one I've got on the horizon. If you go into, I think it would be really fun. If you go into my Discord on, I think there's a title next on the frame. I do have some vintage ones in there that I did not draw, but I did buy the vintage ones when somebody had them up for sale. And whichever one ends up with the most hearts will be one of the next ones I work on. So I do buy vintage ones when I like the pattern of them. And this one actually is a rug hooking pattern. But because it doesn't have words and it can be turned around easily, I'm punching it instead. Ooh, nice. Mark caught the Pokemon. He's paying attention. I am not paying attention. So this one, out of my vintage ones, my daughter picked this one, and she wanted it. And she picked it out about, I don't know, a year and a half ago, something like that. And I said, okay, and then we put it away, and I never got around to it. And then they just moved out of state, and where they moved is all hardwood floors. So I said, do you remember you picked this out? She was like, I don't remember. So I pulled it out. She was like, oh yeah, I remember. So that's what I'm doing this for. Yeah, you just have to find the right YouTuber, right, for crochet. The whole reason I got into this was just because between my knitting and my crochet, I had so many little leftover skeins of yarn that I saw somebody doing this at a Fiber Fest in Kentucky and went, oh my gosh, that would be perfect. So that's how I started this, was to use up yarn. I also, in my Discord, there is a channel on I think it's called Wormy Tools, and it is the some of the things that I suggest to get started. But you can easily get your monk's cloth or your rug warp or whatever and just draw a picture on it. You can use a light box and draw a picture. You can put it on a window. You can shoot a projector at it if you have a projector for your phone or whatever. A picture that you like, throw it up there, trace it, and then there you go. Just remember you're working from the back. So if you want a bunny to face a certain way or you're going to have words on it, the words need to be reversed when you see it so that when you flip it back over, everything is the way you want it. So this one is, when it's done, is actually a 45-inch rug. And it does have a scalloped edge, and we're going to keep that scallop when we go to finish off the edge. But this is a 45-inch rug, so it is good size. You are welcome. I love to talk about it. And I am a great enabler. So anybody needs any encouragement, I am right there. I really did think, though, we would be done by yesterday, and we are not. Yeah, so the Highland cow is, hold on, let me look at my word. I've never done amigurumi. I said it. I said the word. I have never done it, and I was trying to find community challenges of some kind of craft I've never done, which is hard to find. I've done a lot of things. And even though I crochet, mosaic crochet is my favorite. I'll show y'all. Let's see. Where is my... I have one that says kids. These are my kids. This is my daughter and bonus son. And... hold on. Oh, there it is. You need to go away. Alright, and then you... So these are mosaic crochet. His says warning, may yell at video games. And hers is the little owl with the crescent moon. And he is 6'3", so I had to add extra length because he's always griping that he can't find blankets that actually cover him from his shoulders down to his feet. So I added extra in on his to make it tall enough. And I did those 2 Christmases ago. But I love the mosaic because they turn into a picture. It's not just, colors and a pattern. Yeah, but it was fun. I enjoyed it. And I knew he would love it. I know, isn't the owl cute? And then I did a, I don't know if I have, do I have a picture of that one? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if I can show this one. I don't know if I can. Oh, I can. So this one I did for a baby shower, and instead of making a baby blanket, I thought I want him to have one that he can use for years. So that's a mosaic one too. And it is so cute. And then I'm working on a, I've got one that is a train locomotive that I'm working on, and one that is a construction, like a, not a dump truck, but a piece of equipment, you know, the diggers. And it has a bucket on the front and the back for two little boys. So could y'all see the other one I showed? I don't know that you could. Let me show y'all. There's one of the other ones I did. Oh, good job, Biz landed. Alright, so that's that. But I love them. I think they're fun because they're different. They're different, and you get a real picture out of it, and so much fun. Now, one of the things that makes crochet easier for me is this. You can find them anywhere. Well, I don't know that you can find them anywhere, but you can find them on Etsy. They're called stitch counters. And so I don't even know what Katawiki is. Yeah. There is the cutest little coaster punch needle kit that I thought was absolutely adorable. On Amazon. Of course it was cats, so why wouldn't I like it, right? Now, if you decide to do it, you know, if it's something you really, really want to do, I suggest you you can get away with a lot of inexpensive stuff, but to keep from being frustrated all the time, I suggest you get a good punch needle, like mine has this line, so I can just take it down through here and then into here. A lot of them, now this is an ultra punch, but a lot of them are solid, and so you have to take that needle, that wire thing, and go all the way through, grab your yarn, pull it through, then put it through here, then pull it through, and your needles break and get bent, and they do get frustrating after a while. But to start, a punch needle, I mean, one of those will be fine. But I don't have to use so I don't even know what Katawiki is. Biz is always teaching me new stuff. And coasters are fun because they're small at first, but I love my punched coasters. Sell stuff, but like expensive stuff. Oh, cool. So like used, like Poshmark or new? And you bid. Are you looking at Chaps? I'm just wondering. Like Poshmark, except Poshmark you don't, well, I mean, you don't really bid, you just make an offer, right? I used to have a huge Poshmark store. Now, do they, and I'm assuming if they are selling the high end, then they do the guaranteeing and the, yeah, verified. I'm telling you, the Pokemon just do not like me today. Yeah, that little cow kit we've got as a channel point doohickey. You think you're turtly enough for the Turtle Club? I don't know. Am I not turtly enough? Okay, what should you do? Did you find one? Well, so do you feel self-conscious wearing that bigger one? Yeah, so it's just, so you probably want to go a little smaller stone, right? Are you wanting something ornate, or are you thinking maybe like an anniversary band with all emeralds? So we know emeralds are your favorite. What is your favorite stone? Do you have a certain, because emerald cut is usually my favorite stone, or yeah, no, my favorite stone's really emerald cut. Yeah, see? Yeah, see, I don't wear my engagement ring at all at home. And my diamonds are all square cut set into this band. My problem is that when I leave the house, I forget to put on my engagement ring all the time. So I would say you definitely have already decided that you want something that's wearable on a daily basis, right? Because you can't wear the one you don't feel comfortable wearing the one that you already have on a daily basis. So if your goal is continued that you want one to wear more all the time, then I would say I would get something that what if you did diamonds and emeralds? Because I've always thought at some point I want channel cut or but if they're channel set See, then they should be pretty good because the silver or white gold or platinum or whatever is going to set up over it. And so those sit so nice and down in there. And then I know you can't see it. It just looks like a silver ring to y'all, but let's see if I can get it to focus. But they're not raised, right? They're flat. Come on. Focus. Maybe not. Yeah. So, and if it's channel set, then they're not going to get caught. But, yeah. I usually do white gold. If I'm not going to do platinum on all my stuff, it's all white gold. But, but it depends, you know, do you like the 3 set stones? Do you like, is it to replace your engagement ring? Or is it to wear on the same size as your, or the same finger as your band? So it's in addition, so for your other hand. So behind your wedding ring, yeah, so stack them. So, of course, not knowing your other ring or your band, but I would say, you know, an anniversary band would probably be, and you could either do an, I've seen them, the alternates, that what I want is either an alternate emerald and diamond, I used to never take my engagement ring off. It would have dough in it. It would have whatever. It was always dirty. And then I got to where I stayed home all the time, and so I just never put it on. we are getting there, because once we have this other leaf done, then we are back to working on new parts. Not redoing anymore. Isn't that exciting? I think so. I do too. Am I out? All right, fine. I think I'm out. I only had 3 great balls, I think. I need to check my thing every morning before I stream, and that way I have. But see, I'll be playing them tonight in Toy Rodeos too. I'm going to have to load up before I stream on his. Ah, escaped. How rude. Alright, here we go. Let's do this last green one, and then I will, when we get done today, I will take a picture so we have it for tomorrow, so we can see the difference. Plus, we've gotten more of it done. Well, what? Did you get something? Did you put a bid in? Oh, it's not fishing? It doesn't like you? Let me see. Well, it isn't fishing, is it? What happened? Let's close it. And then let's get it back up. Oh yeah, did you put it in Discord so we could look at it? Oh, a loose stone. Who broke my fishing? Oh, there we go. Yeah, put it in there. I will pull it up. Of course. Mark, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we did show the cute little things you had at Aldi. Your little dinosaur and a porcupine, I think, was one of them. We showed those on screen earlier when we showed Mama Snow's jewelry she made. I caught a soda can. Alright, let's see. You can either crawling in is the general one. Yeah. Yep. 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 All right. Hold on. Come on. Let me shut that down because it doesn't like that. Hold on, it's not recognizing that thing, so give me just 1 second. I swear. There we go. That took a minute. Oh, hold on. I had it pulled up. There we go. Whoops, there. %100% clear, that's good. I think that's pretty. Yeah. Of course, I love emeralds. I really did think about having an emerald for my engagement ring. Well, I say that. So, I had a wedding ring, and at our 20th anniversary, Toy Rodeo told me to get a new ring. So, I did think about getting a emerald, but Toy Rodeo really wanted this other set, so that's what we did, or other ring, and then I got a new band too. What you doing, Toy Rodeo?
I heard my name.
So
Somebody said my name too many times. Oh my buddy.
we were talking earlier
So
about gaming, and someone said, I didn't picture you as a gamer, and I said, that's the point.
Yeah.
I'm not a gamer.
I did see that.
That's the point. I'm not a gamer. And Willow said we should play Demon Catcher. I said that you're loving the melee.
No. You mean Demon Hunter?
I mean Demon Hunter, yeah,
Yes.
not Demon Catcher.
Yes.
You
Demon
knew what I
Hunter.
meant.
Well, I made some assumptions based on what your statement was, yes.
I'm more of a gamer than you, Classy. I did tell him too that somebody one night said, I wish I had your patience.
Yes, they were very complimentary of me.
But you love these melee characters, don't you?
No, I don't like melee at all.
He had so much fun last night or Saturday night. You
Well, I
could.
have mine fixed.
Did you fix mine?
Not yet.
Hello.
I'm thinking about it. We just have one more day of it. We could try Demon Hunters.
Tonight?
And we could do the campaign. And
Okay.
I mean,
Sure.
otherwise we're to the point where we were on the last ones, which is we're just running rifts and greater rifts and doing bounties.
And
So-
dying. Lots
well,
of
and
dying.
possibly dying. Yeah.
And I told him I saved your skin. That you died and I beat the boss.
Oh, okay. Here we go. One time.
Hey, I should get credit for the one I did.
Yes.
I love Heyday. I play it on my iPad.
I'm assuming it's some sort of farming thing.
Yeah, don't you remember the one I played all the time?
You did play that all the time.
And then
I actually thought about charging up our
Switches.
switches and playing.
They have a new one, Pokemon Snap.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's the one that's
Yeah.
all the rage at the moment. And it's on the Switch.
Yep. I figured we could go back and play whatever the island game was. Animal Crossing. That was the one.
Oh, good Lord. I don't even know what level I'm on. I mean,
Well,
I
we
was.
would start
up there.
over again.
No, she's talking about Heyday, not your gaming,
Oh.
our kind of gaming. Our kind of gaming, Toy Rodeo. I have no idea. I'm up there. I need to look.
Sleepy.
I know. He says, Daddy, there's nothing for me to do.
Him so sleepy.
Him sad.
No, him's
very sad.
tired.
Classy, did you hear about Birdgate? I don't know if you heard about
Oh,
Birdgate.
you're gonna lose your butt. Keep your butt on the table. Keep your butt on the table. There's a birdie.
I don't think Classy heard about Birdgate.
Classy,
Uh-oh.
my
I'm leaving.
my neighbor came and knocked on my door last night and asked me to take my bird feeder down. That's outside Binks's window here. You know, not that I haven't had bird feeders forever behind my fence, but because it's on the side of the house, even though it's right up against my house, not anywhere. Yes, he is. Look at him. I'm so sad. And they said that they have found 3 dead birds in their yard this week, and would I please take my bird feeder down? I wasn't ugly. I didn't say, you know, that bird feeder's been right behind the fence for 8 years, right? But I didn't. I went out after dark. The bird feeder still had feed in it. I emptied it all over the grass right in front of the window, and then took the bird feeder to the backyard. I'm deciding whether I'm going to be passive aggressive and sneak out tonight and put more seed down on the ground for tomorrow, or do I let it go? I don't know. They say that bird flu's been going around here, is what somebody was telling me earlier. Yeah, I didn't have attitude. I was nice. I said sure. I kind of passively aggressively emptied the feed, though, under the window, so at least he would have today. It would be dying off. But then when I got up this morning and opened the window, all of the doves were up against their house picking and eating things. And I thought, I need to take a picture because that's not my stuff that they're eating. That is over there. in their yard. They're killing the birds, but I didn't. I did not. My motto is, if it messes with my peace, just let it go. So I let it go for now. Bish thinks chat should riot at dawn. Yes, I will be your friend on Heyday. Are you under Classy? What are you under? Send me. Send me a whisper and I will find you on Heyday. Oh, Spanky's Hideaway. Okay, let me write that down. Fancy caught it. Yay, Fancy. Donkey spankers. Donkey spankers. That's hilarious. Alright, we've got half a leaf left to go and we will be back to new stuff. No more ripping out. I think. I'm not promising. Not promising. Now see, I hear birds clacking. A loggerhead turtle. Nice. Alright, so I think we're going to do Demon Hunter tonight. I don't know what that means, but okay. Willowa, if you end up finding a punch needle set, you'll have to post it in our Cocoon Crafts that you're going to start it, or that you bought one. Awesome. Yeah, ask Classy. I'm a big enabler. I got her started doing English paper piecing. She's designed a rug for her son, but she hasn't punched it yet. Have you ordered supplies or are you waiting? It's all about the frame. Yeah, I was showing yesterday. I don't know that you saw yesterday. Was it yesterday, y'all? I can't even remember. I think it was yesterday. Where I showed a frame somebody was using. So she's hooking, but she's using like an embroidery frame. And she has just wrapped it. It looks like she's using binding tape. But I took that picture because I thought, yeah, that's what I tried explaining. I've lost my scissors. All right. Yeah, I get it. Things add up fast. All right, we are flipping this around gently, seeing where we are on our frame. I think we can come a little farther over. So we are not, I guess when we get about right here, we will be at the halfway mark of this border. Man, this is a big rug. And it gets heavier the more we put, the more yarn we add to it. Yeah. Her pattern is beautiful. It's perfect. It's a light bulb for, and because her son loves all things lights. And it's going to be for his room, for his floor. And it's an old, one of the long, well, they're not old anymore because they've come back, but they're the long bulb with the filament in it. It's going to be really cool. Ooh, I'd be afraid to cut a stone, wouldn't you? Goober. You are a goober. You make me laugh, Biz. Alright. Well, you know who we never ever get to raid? Because he's never on at this time. Oh, wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Alright, he's on, but he's got his Be Right Back on. Oh, it must be because he's in commercial. So we'll get out of commercial and then we'll go. Hey, Show Me Art, how are you today? Yep, more time to fish because he's in commercials, so we can't raid yet. But I'm going to go ahead and put the raid call in case y'all want it. Is that right? I don't ever know. Yeah, well, you can send the Angry Croissant. First of all, you still need to email me your address so I can see what the shipping will be. And then I had an idea. I was going to make you do me some emotes, but you complained so badly about emotes yesterday, I decided I wasn't going to make you do that. Woohoo! Show Me Art's fishing. It's just because I am so not techie. Well, a carp is better than what I usually get. I usually get a trolley or Henry's shoe. Okay. Alright, I think his commercials are just about over. Y'all keep fishing away and dropping. Don't forget you have the drop. Ooh, a sea urchin. Well, I don't know. We may have to go raid someone else if he doesn't come back here in a sec. Alright, there's Pokemon though. A mackerel. Okay, I don't know what's going on with our trash out there, but that sounded horrible. All right, so let's see. I think if he ever comes back, he is working on a Amigo. Hold on, let me look at my thingy. Amigurumi. We can go there, or we can go to Porsche, who is usually in here. She's diamond painting something. He is still not back. He needs to hurry up. It was like a Wookiee. Let's see who else. Tina is diamond painting. You know what? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Last week, for some reason, the Miss Honey Bunnies raid did not work well. Let's see if we can go back into her correctly, because we lost everybody. So let me see. So let's go into her. All right, you got your tuna. Yeah, and for some reason it kicked her. She said that isn't the first time that that's happened, but let me just check now because I went to her. Okay, she's not in commercial. So let's go to her. Thank y'all, everybody, for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the follows today and all the chats. I love it. And I hope to see y'all tomorrow. Bye.